Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Gore,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
You have 5 present, you have a quorum.
Okay. Is there a motion to go into close?
I move that we
to
go into
closed
close.
meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss prospective appointees to various boards and commissions and to discuss and consider personnel matters for city employees, city manager, city attorney, and city court.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Pelham, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. Don't see any lights. Roll call.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes to go into close.
Thank you.
Get it?
We're good. I don't even.
What? Are you still?
Is there a motion to come out of closed?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Counselor Randolph,
Here, or yes, sorry.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
motion passes. Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D were only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Certification passes.
We will now continue to our regular meeting. I'd like to welcome our,
Do you want to do the appointments real quick?
yes, please.
I move that we appoint Lavina Rapole to Keep Hopewell Beautiful, John Griffin Jr. to the Recreation Commission, and Larry Pankey to the Library Board.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call?
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay. I'd like to welcome our visitors and call the regular meeting to order. Ask for a roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Here.
This time we'll have prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Counselor Gore.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you, dear Lord, for your abiding presence over our fair city. We thank you, Lord, for the privilege of leadership given to our city council. Give them wisdom, Lord. Give them compassion, a spirit of working together, Lord, and we thank you, Father, for their service. Continue to bless our public servants, Lord, and keep them safe in the performance of their duties. Bless them, O Lord, as they go. We praise you and we thank you for your holy presence. Amen.
Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we approve the regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Motion has been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I don't see any lights. Roll call.
Counsel, excuse me, Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes to approve the regular agenda.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. I don't see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes to approve the consent agenda.
We're a lively group.
Should have got to amend it. We're moving from presentations, information presentations. Our star is not here this evening, So we're going to go ahead and move forward from communications to citizens. My first,
Mayor Payne,
Michael Whittington's.
you want me to read the statement first?
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Whittington Senior, you can come up.
A communications from citizens period limited in total time to 30 minutes is part of the order of business at each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any question must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed subject to appeal to a majority of council. Mr. Whittington, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, other council members, Mr. Altman. My name is Michael Whittington Sr. I live in Ward 6, 3000 block of Davison Avenue. I come before you tonight due to a letter that was dated April 4th, 2022 from the Commissioner of Revenue in regards to the value of personal property located in the city of Hopewell. This letter evidently was mailed out to this day. I still haven't received it, and I'll probably blame it on the mail service. And I pulled it from the city manager's page, weekly page, and I jotted down some notes. If you bear with me, the letter states that throughout the state, personal property values are increasing by an average of 25% this year. Some vehicles will even see a 50% increase. Further, it says the struggle of the auto industry's current inventory shortage is real. COVID-19 pandemic, plant shutdowns, chip shortages, increased shopper demand means the auto manufacturers are unable to keep up with market demand. Issues lead to higher demand for used vehicles, which has caused the market value to increase at a rate never seen before. Members of council, COVID-19 is here, and it is real. Families are still struggling to make ends meet. Federal and state tax rates are already at crazy rates, and working families for the past couple of years are having to pay federal and state taxes back year after year. So how does the billion-dollar auto industry and their struggles equate to us being taxed 25 to 50% more on our used vehicles? In closing, the letter reads, the citizens of Hopewell should be aware of this increase as soon as possible so your household has time to prepare for this increase. For these families in our city that are living paycheck to paycheck, how can they prepare for this increase? And what if that one vehicle that this family may have, used vehicle, is their only mode of transportation, and they can't afford whatever increases put upon them by this demands from the auto industry, and they can't meet the increase? What next? I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Iris Walker.
Good evening, council, mayor and vice mayor.
Can you speak in the mic, Mr. Walker? I'm sorry.
Good evening, mayor, vice mayor, city council members. It is very nice to see you all this evening. Hadn't done this in a while, but it's good to, now that COVID is sort of gone by way. So I am here to, I'm Ward 4, I live in Ward 4, and I live on Sussex Drive. My concern tonight is the personal property taxes being increased. I could almost say I concur, and Mr. Whittington has very well spoken the same things that I want to say. So therefore, I just want to also include that. with the cost of gas and the increase in the grocery store. People are struggling now. And I don't usually disagree with tax increases, but now is not the time. Now is not the time. I was at the service station and I heard an older gentleman say, I had to decide whether to go to the grocery store or put gas in my car. And that touched me. So people are struggling, and the struggle is real. I don't disagree with the increase in taxes, but now is not the time. So I just ask that you take that in consideration. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor,
No, any other comments? I'll do after that.
okay. Andy Griffin? Griffin?
Okay, Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, City Council, and Mr. Altman. My name is Andy Gervin, and I'm the plant manager at the Advan 6 facility here in Hopewell, Ward 2. I'm here tonight to share my holistic thoughts of the city's budget and our engagement with Hopewell Water Renewal. The continued success of the city and Hopewell Water Renewal is critical for sustained operations of my facility. My facility cannot operate without a reliable water treatment plant. I understand the need for the city to balance the full year 2022-23 budget, as physically responsibility is core to the strong government as well as a strong business. To that end, we would like to highlight a couple concerns the council should consider as you determine the M&T tax. The M&T tax rate in Hopewell is more than triple Chesterfield County. An increase in the M&T tax rate will generate immediate tax revenue. However, it will continue to shape the divide between Hopewell and other localities when highlight economic development opportunities. At the current rate, you will naturally see an increase in the tax revenue as we, along with the other manufacturers, are incentivized to continue to invest at the respective sites. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight some concerns that Advan 6 has in the relationship to Hopewell Water Renewal. The operating and capital budgets at the facility are critical and must focus on safe and reliable operation. In recent commission meetings, projects have been proposed that are questionable. I request the council to take an opportunity in the coming weeks to evaluate the proposed budgets from Hopewell Water Renewal to ensure we are focused on the critical items that will support safe and reliable operations. Additionally, I would like to highlight the funds generated from outside revenues haven't been credited back to the commission members for the past 4 years. This represents close to $3.5 million to Advan 6. I'm not sure what is due to the city, but this could be a potential source of cash to close some of the budget gap. I will end similar to how I started. We are vested in this community in which we operate and want to see the city and Hopewell Water Renewal be successful in both the short term and long term. To share just a couple of examples here recently to that end, this past Saturday, we sent 11 volunteers and purchased lunch for over 70 people to beautify DuPont Elementary School during Arbor Day. We have participated in other similar projects with both Hopewell Downtown Partnership and Hopewell Rotary as well. This past year, we provided resources to a critical motor over at Hopewell Water Renewal to sustain operations at the facility. We will continue to look for opportunities to partner with the city, Hopewell Water Renewal, and other community organizations to the betterment of this community in which we operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Dustin Lanier?
All right. Good evening, Mayor Bennett, Vice Mayor Parton, and City Council mayors, and Mr. Altman. My name is Dustin Lanier. I am the General Manager at West Rock, represented in Ward 2. I'd like to echo Andy's comments and Advan 6 comments. We share similar concerns about a possible M&T tax increase. The competitive disadvantage between Hopewell and some of the surrounding communities. We also share the similar concern with the lack of transparency with the City of Hopewell's financial management. West Rock strives to be an outstanding corporate citizen, and we make community involvement, participation with events similar to the DuPont. We had participants there hand in hand. We're always looking to increase that engagement in the community. I look forward to additional dialogue on this matter and also to speak to council members individually if they have time. Thank you all for my time.
Thank you. Brian Johnson.
Good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, and Mr. Altman. My name is Brian Johnson. I'm the site manager at Ashland Chemical here in Hopewell, Ward 2. I do not have a formal statement from Ashland tonight. I came here to support industry and to concur with the two gentlemen that just spoke before me. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that has not signed the comments from citizens and would like to speak this evening? All right. Okay. Moving forward, there was a question, Councilor Gore.
Madam, I have a question too. I was asking, Madam Mayor, can I have a question about the comments?
Sure.
Okay.
Is your item on the comments?
She wants to respond to.
Is it appropriate?
I have to check the rules. And obviously your rules can be waived by a vote of 2/3 your members.
Is there a motion to waive the rules to allow Councilor Pelham to have her comments or questions?
You don't have to go, I'll just talk to Mr. Manager after this.
Okay.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't
I
hear.
will speak with him about the, first comment, yeah.
Councilor Gore?
Just to be clear, we're finished with communication of citizens, correct? At this
Yes.
point? Okay. I'd like to make a amendment to the agenda to add R3 for a vote, and that's to discuss the Commissioner Revenues letter, just to provide clarity to the public since we are unable to talk during communication of citizens.
That was my-
Is there a motion to allow to allow an amendment to the agenda this evening?
So moved.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright. So second, for, Ms. Bess. Councilor Pelham made the motion, Vice Mayor Parton seconded. Roll call.
Counselor Gore made the motion, right?
And this is to give her
She said
We
permission,
haven't discussed this.
And she
with council.
seconded it.
to give her permission to make a motion or just to?
I requested to amend the agenda to add R3. And the R3 item is to discuss the Commissioner Revenues letter pertaining to the personal property taxes.
You want us to discuss it amongst ourselves?
No,
to the
I want it to be discussed. I'm gonna ask the city manager to share information about it, because in the back it was discussed, so.
Okay, so what is the motion?
The motion is to amend the agenda to add R3 to discuss the Commissioner Revenues letter regarding personal property taxes, so you can provide clarity.
Madam Mayor, did you need to hear the rule? Or
Yes, please.
Rule 305, non-agenda items, only matters appearing on the agenda and transmitted to each councilor 12 hours or more before a meeting may be considered a matter of regular business. Other matters, including resolutions, ordinances, motions, etc., may be introduced under reports of council set forth under regular business by any member of council, including city administration, but shall be deferred until the next meeting. A 2/3 vote of all members may suspend this rule. So you would need a motion to suspend Rule 305.
Is there a motion to
Before you're able
suspend
add
Rule
agenda.
305?
So moved.
Second.
Molly, did you get that?
Yes, motion to suspend Rule 305.
Roll call.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes to suspend Rule 305.
Okay. Now we'll move forward with your motion. Can you restate your motion, Counselor Gore?
Thank you. I move to amend the agenda to add R3 to discuss the Commissioner of Revenue's letter regarding personal property taxes.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Do not see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes to add R3.
Where were we?
Going into regular meeting R1.
Into R1. I will pivot to the city manager.
Good evening, Madam, excuse me. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. The first item on our agenda this evening is a discussion of the Regional Industrial Facilities Authority. We have Keith Boswell, our Director of the Virginia Gateway Region, here this evening to present this item. Mr. Boswell has been talking to all the jurisdictions about there's an enabling legislation in the Virginia Code that would allow the city to participate in a regional authority and potentially participate financially, but also benefit financially from projects in other areas of our region that were involved in the authority. So just wanted Mr. Boswell to come this evening and talk about what they are, give you an overview. All the information is in your packet. We're not asking for a vote this evening whether you want to or not. If you are interested, we can add it to the agenda for a future meeting to advertise it and have an ordinance on the agenda for approval. But wanted to give Mr. Boswell an opportunity to discuss this issue with y'all, given that there's potential opportunity to generate revenue for projects outside of the city. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Boswell.
Thank you, Mr. Altman. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak on a subject that, quite frankly, is very interesting. It could be very interesting for all regional players in the Virginia's Gateway region. Just to remind the council that you are part of a regional group called Virginia's Gateway Region. There are 7 members: Hopewell, Colonial Heights, Petersburg, Sussex, Surrey, Dinwiddie, and Prince George are the members that in this Economic Development Alliance. I need to ask one point of clarification. How do I advance the slide?
Just
Okay.
tell me to go when you're ready.
You can go to the next slide. I hesitate because there's about 20 slides in this deck, and I'm not going to park on every one of the slides. Just to tell you that the first slide is really the enabling legislation, and this legislation's been on the Commonwealth of Virginia's books since 1960. The next slide is really the purposes of this is for communities to get together, especially regional, from a regional perspective, to come together on significant projects, and it allows for a potential for revenue sharing, but it also allows for other opportunities for project sharing. Some of the potential projects could be broadband deployment, industrial park development. This could be interesting if a community doesn't have a wealth of land opportunities. You can partner with another community that maybe have those kinds of things. Water sewer solutions, transportation. The list is not necessarily limited to this. There's many other things. For example, a trail system could be put into a RIFA. We had a question along the way, is this going to replace, or would it replace a local EDA or an IDA? And the answer is no, it doesn't replace. You can still have your independent EDAs or IDAs in a community, and there is no conflict in it from a legal standpoint. The next slide is, let's see, where are we? The creation process. So you are in the process, whether you realize it or not saying that you have to go through the process, but this process has already been underway. We've had lots of discussions, and other communities have heard the idea, have enacted their communities to be partners of this Regional Industrial Facilities Authority. So you hold a hearing, you adopt ordinances, create the actual RIFA through the Secretary of the Commonwealth, you create bylaws, and you appoint board members. So we are not quite through that process. I will say that 3 communities have voted to be part of the Regional Industrial Facilities Authority, and we're underway for some of those other conversations. The creation of this is really, once you vote, you basically go into the Commonwealth of Virginia, the Secretary of Commonwealth, and file this as what we would call a Regional Industrial Facilities Authority. I'm just going to continue on to the next slide. I don't ever presume to go so fast, but I want to leave time for you to ask any questions. Again, I told you, I referred to who would be part of this Regional Industrial Facilities Authority. These are the members. Future expansion, there is possibility that you could add a member to this group, but in the case of a future expansion, the group would have to allow someone to come in. Right now, the group is the 7 VGR community members. Governing board is, the idea would be that there is a board, since there's 7 communities, 2 board members per community, so 14 board members, and you would basically elect officers inside of that, so it would be like a normal authority from that perspective. The ideal makeup, as a city, you're able to do, you can have any member that you would like on that, but an ideal would be like an elected official or maybe your economic development professional, somewhat like what you have already with the Virginia's Gateway region. Not saying you have to do it that way, but it's just a one way. A creation phase, basically, how does this get set up? VGR on your behalf and all the other 6 regional community partners are going to bear the expense of setting this up. There is some legal fees to set this up. We have done a lot of research. We have engaged an attorney out of the Newport News area that has set up a lot of these RIFAs around the state. The last slide that I have on here is the known regional industrial facilities authorities around the Commonwealth of Virginia. So we're going to create it. We'll even operate it on your behalf. Basically, we would be your staff. As one of the 7 participants, VGR would be your staff. We would work the projects on your behalf, but in the original, there would be no cost to set up. As projects get input into, so for example, if all 7 communities said, we found a piece of property and we wanted to develop it together, there would be natural expenses that would come in. So communities would share in that expense, but with the opportunity to share in some of the revenue down the road. That's the next slide here. So a project, for example, so if you're a member of this authority, you can participate or not participate. It takes at least 2 participants of the 7, if we did have 7 members, to make a project. But if you bring a project to the RIFA, the Regional Industrial Facilities Authority, it would get seen by all 7. All 7 have a chance to participate, and you can self-select out. There is no penalty to select out. There's no, the only upside is that you would be able to participate in the project. But once that project gets the members, then that is a unique project within inside the RIFA, and nobody else would have any insight into that as you work the project together. This slide really, it basically drives the point home that as you enter into a project, not only do you share costs, but you share the potential revenues. And the mechanism is basically a cooperative agreement. Next slide. There is an annual report necessary under this. It's required by law, so that if you were involved in this, the VGR would entertain or solicit the services of an auditing firm. Every year you would have an audited report so as to the activities within inside of that, the RIFA. If there are no projects, then there's no audit. Termination, I had a question along the way. I've been doing this for our communities now for a little bit over a year and a half. Someone asked, well, can you exit? If we try it and we don't like it, can you exit? The short answer is yes. The longer answer is if you are involved in a project, you really need to see that project to this natural conclusion, or have the members of that project within inside the RIFA sort of buy you out, or you pay your way out, because there could be expenses. Think about if you're developing a piece of property and there's expenses along the way, and you say, well, I've had enough. There's some legal things within inside that project that you would have to address. But there is a possibility to get out. So, sort of, what's the big deal? Why would you want to do it? I mean, here's some of the advantages of this opportunity. And this is really where VGR thinks makes the most sense right now, since there really hasn't been a project identified from a regional perspective, other than maybe some water or some transportation projects. But those have just been talked about for many years now. But the grants, when we look at grant opportunities for the region, all of the folks that we go to, whether it's the Commonwealth of Virginia or even federal, they like to see a regional participation. And if we go after a grant, like we have done at least, thinking about a fourth grant with Go Virginia, they like to see regional participation. But as we do those independently, it goes into our budget process, and it's not as clean as if we put it inside the RIFA. We would rather go after grants for the region in the Regional Industrial Facilities Authority, because it keeps things cleaner for our perspective, but it also makes it much more transparent for the other 7 communities. But suffice it to say that there are grant opportunities out there that give you extra points if you're in a Regional Industrial Facilities Authority or some kind of regional collaboration. Response time, if you're in this, think about if you did a project with Prince George County, for example. You could do that. You would not need necessarily a RIFA to do something like that. But every time you do that joint project, there's a legal side on both sides that have to come together. There's conversations, there's fees and whatnot. It takes a long time to process. You have to go through the same process of setting up a RIFA as you would an individual project. Having membership in a RIFA allows you to sort of get to that project start a lot faster. Success stories, I'll just park here for a second. The Lonesome Pine Regional Industrial Facilities Authority, for example, they had some coal mines, surface mines that were no longer viable, and they put the properties inside of a RIFA. Therefore, people can share on building some flat ground. If you know anything about far southwest Virginia, there's a lot of hills and valleys, and so flat ground is a real premium. So a RIFA was created to create the flat ground so that they could create an industrial park. Very expensive, but when many people come together, it made light work. The last little project here is part of that Lonesome Pine, but there's another regional facilities authority called the Cumberland Industrial Facilities Authority out in far southwest Virginia. And just more than 2 months ago, they were able to land a $300 million project with 200 jobs for an aquaculture facility. So because they had the Regional Industrial Facilities Authority allowing them to make flat ground, they got somebody interested in putting a significant economic development project out in a place that, quite frankly, doesn't see as many projects as we do here on this part of 95 corridor. This slide is basically for your information. It's the other regional industrial facilities authorities around this Commonwealth of Virginia, and the slide is the title of the RIFA and who are in the lowercase orange. And with that, that may be the last slide. Next steps, thank you. You have in your packet, we have all the legal documents ready to go. These are, if you so choose to move forward, which I hope you do, you have all the pieces there to go ahead and announce for public hearing notices. You've got the ordinances and the participating agreements. This agreement to create the RIF has already been put together. You share these with, we've shared these with all of our member localities. And your next step would be to, if you so choose, advertise, hold a hearing, and then vote, and then you can be part of the Regional Industrial Facilities Board. And I believe that's it, other than some questions that you might have. I went through it very quickly because you already have that in your packet, but I entertain any kind of questions, or if I was unclear, I would love to be clear.
I don't see any lights.
I just have one question. How often do we renew this contract, sign it, create an ordinance for it?
Time.
Is it because you're new, or we do it
Yes.
every 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
What, if you created this Regional Industrial Facilities Authority and become part of this, it's a one-off. You would vote to do it, and then you would be a member of it until you chose to dissolve your relationship. Or if the whole Regional Industrial Facilities Authority said, you know what, we like each other, but we don't like each other, and then the whole thing would resolve. So you would,
Oh, I know we're a member, but I'm saying, why do we going back out to,
He wants to create this.
oh, I thought we had,
yeah,
okay.
currently you're a member of a
Gateway.
Gateway Regional Economic Development Organization.
Oh, okay.
This would
okay.
be an authority, because what this Regional Industrial Facilities Authority would do is not what Virginia's Gateway Region would be doing. We wouldn't go out and redesign help get a new interchange or move water lines, expand water capabilities or sewer capabilities, or even develop a joint industrial park. We would help try to fill that, and we would definitely use that but this would be a whole new entity.
You would develop that for Virginia Gateway? You would be one of the developers?
No, ma'am. Any project that goes inside of this Regional Industrial Facilities Authority is a project of the 7 member communities.
I know, but I'm skeptical about authorities now, but, how much does it cost for us to be a part of this authority? Potentially whatever debt you incur, or,
So I think,
There's no initial cost to start it.
well,
I'm sure, but it's gonna be some cost.
initial costs would be legal costs. That would be
Legal costs.
divided amongst the members and how many ever members chose to join. Beyond
So I
that,
hope we'll pay the same as Chesterfield.
well, Chesterfield's not a member
Okay,
of Virginia's
okay.
Gateway Region, but let's just assume for a moment, you've got 7 communities.
Correct.
All 7 decide to join the RIFA. Then whatever that legal cost is would be divided by the 7 members. Beyond that, once it's established, and correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, please, as well, Mr. Boswell.
I'd like to correct you
Okay.
one point here. The legal fees to set up the RIFA, Virginia's Gateway Region is going to bear.
Okay.
We've already, there is no fee to any of the 7-member community to join the RIFA. We believe that this is such an important economic development tool that our organization is willing to bear the initial setup legal fees on your behalf.
And then beyond that, as a member, you have the ability to choose to participate in a project or not choose to participate in a project. So you don't have to participate in every single project that comes down that's part of it. You make that choice. So
No. Wait a
let's say,
But he said there was annual membership dues. She's asking about the cost,
well,
right?
okay.
That's
But part of what
bottom
I'm
line.
saying is, part of the big cost involved is if you decide to participate in a project, depending upon what that cost of that project is. Let's say, I mean, the big conversation right now is the Sussex mega site and the need to get water to that mega site. And let's say that's $30 million. If I know it's much higher, but let's just say it's $30 million. Then that's 30 divided by 7 members to get your cost to that project. Now, you're also going to, in the agreement, get revenue off of that project when there is a industry or whomever locates there, you will get a portion of that revenue at the same back to us. But you can elect not to participate in that project, but participate in another project that may come along. So it gives you the opportunity to participate or not, and if you do, you're gonna pay something in, but you will also derive income back to the city from someplace outside of the city. So it's a way to generate revenue, but you will have to pay to play, right?
But isn't there an annual membership?
No, ma'am.
There isn't?
There is no annual membership.
Can you go back to that slide? I thought you had something like that on the first couple of slides.
We can go back.
So we don't pay any dues annually for operations or admin?
Correct. So there is, so VGR is willing to be basically your staff, a 7-member staff, as projects come on. So like, as Mr. Altman mentioned, if that project came to the RIFA decided to do it, there is administration cost with that. So, but that's not an annual reoccurring cost. It's a cost per project.
Okay,
And so only the participants in a project would have cost.
okay.
So,
And that
yes,
is
there is no
cost.
line item that you need, but the ideal way to fund a regional industrial facilities authority, as these projects come in, when you do the cooperative agreements, you carve out just a little bit of operational revenue that you forego a little bit of that revenue to make the RIFA self-sustaining, so you don't have a line item every year, and that way it gets your, whether you choose to, I mean, quite frankly, once this gets set up, you could say, well, we're gonna run this. We're gonna hire another whole group to do this. VGR can be the backbone or not. But no matter what, really this Regional Industrial Facilities Authority and the members of that board are in control of the whole RIFA. They get to choose how they direct it. We're just trying to facilitate this tool because we know, as economic development professionals around the Commonwealth of Virginia, that we're at a little of deficiency on winning projects for our region because we can't act very quickly as a regional entity to go after either grants or to develop certain things that would be in the benefit of bringing industry into this community. Those who are doing this well, you can just use, I mentioned the far southwest, and they are doing it well. All you have to do is look at Danville, Virginia, and Pittsylvania County, who historically did not have a good relationship, and they're winning economic development deals because they figured out that this was the vehicle that they could come together, pool their resources, share in some of the cost, but also win projects for not only for their citizens, but the revenue for both of those were much, anyway, Danville has figured this out. So we would like to have this tool for our communities. If nothing else, just to have for grant opportunities for our region. But if we choose to do projects inside, that we feel like that's a really good economic development tool.
So explain to me again the difference between Virginia Gateway Economic and you go out and get projects, they develop them. I mean, what is the primary difference?
Yeah,
Maybe that's what I'm missing.
it's a great question. So Virginia's Gateway Region was, the organization that I lead was started in 1960, and with the whole idea is to unite the region for economic prosperity. So we do, on behalf of our 7 community partners, which you're one, we go out and try to find projects that might be interested in our region. So for example, I got some code names. Somebody that might be an industrial site or some logistics or somebody who may not be here already. Or it could be somebody that's here in our region already that wants to expand. So that's one aspect. And then we also help develop the kinds of resources or infrastructure that might be needed for industry. We can do some of those things. That really is totally different than this tool that you would now have at your disposal to come together and partner on a specific project. Because in a project, I'm using the project 2 different ways. First is a business opportunity. In historical economic development terms, we call that a project. Somebody that's going to invest money and create jobs. We call that a project. The RIFA would go on projects for infrastructure, like extension of a water line. That's not necessarily, that isn't what VGR was set up to do. Another project from a RIFA standpoint would be maybe an interchange improvement. That's not something that VGR is doing, and as it was created to do by the 7-member communities that set it up.
I would encourage council to think of them. VGR is attracting prospects when we talk about projects to existing sites for economic development purposes. The RIFA, as opposed to a project, it's more trying to set up site development in advance of
The development.
VGR recruiting something to that property.
But the authority just has a whole bunch of more, authority. I
Well-
mean, that group, the 7 persons or 14 on that particular group have a whole lot of authority that when we give it to you all, can make decisions independently, correct?
No, we would have, so let's
You wouldn't
assume,
come back to me if you want to make a decision as an authority. You make it.
no, for the city of Hopewell to be a financial participant in a project, we would have to come back and get council authority
Well, now
to be a
let's
financial
spend that
participant, to spend money on the city's behalf on that
CVV,
project.
that's not the waste, what's that wastewater, them people that collect our trash? They don't
See,
come back, y'all come back
That's-
to us and
but,
ask us a
okay,
lot of questions.
I understand that, but we're
That's an
talking,
authority though.
I understand it's an authority.
Mm-hmm.
In order for, okay, that isn't how this works.
Well, I'll just need to get some individual instruction, because I am very skeptical about
Yeah.
authority. But we can talk independently, maybe you can
I would love to sit down
advise
with you.
me, educate
Yes.
me, make me feel more comfortable. Right
Sure.
now, that authority is,
And
Big
just to
word.
reemphasize what the city manager was saying is that at any project, this council would have 100% authority whether they want to entertain being part of that project or not. And you basically direct the RIFA how to, if you want to participate.
okay.
So really, the authority resides with each council over any kind of project, council or board of supervisors. But your representatives represent you after the vote is taken, so that you make sure that your best interest is taken care of.
Okay,
But I would love to sit down and talk more. I mean, if you think that would be helpful, city
Probably
manager,
would
if
help
you
me.
think it'd be helpful, I'd be.
all right, thank you.
Counselor Gore?
So I would like to talk to you as well offline to get some more clarity. I understand what you're describing. The examples that were on the last slide, Ms. Bess, they're centered mostly in Southwest and the Eastern Shore, where they have a need to do regional, more regional efforts because rural economics, landmass, whereas if you compare that to Central Virginia, some other parts, Northern Virginia, I don't see any examples of that which match our area. So I see the concept because it's working well over there, but usually that is what's developed in those parts of Virginia. So that's one concern.
Keep going.
The other thing is I just wanted to see how long, because if I heard you correctly when you started, it sounded as if you've been talking for a while about this project. So when did you start and when did you start talking about it in general, and when did you start approaching the city?
Yeah. So I'd like to address the first one.
Sure.
Keep going.
If you look at the list, there are regional industrial facilities authorities all over, from rural to urban.
Okay.
In the Hampton Roads, they weren't the last ones, but they were almost the last ones. It's just the Hampton Roads alone, there's 10 members in that regional industrial
Is
facilities.
it on the example in the slide?
No, right
It
there.
was not an example.
Okay, let's see, 'cause I
It's
only
all-
saw Eastern Shore ones, okay.
Yes, it's not on this example. I just gave some examples of some success stories that I knew of.
No, there is a slide where you list the
Correct.
projects.
There
That's
we go,
the
right
sheet.
Correct.
No, this is not the slide.
It's called the
toward
Eastern
the end.
Virginia Regional Industrial Facilities.
Right, so
Authority.
it's Eastern Shore, not really so much,
Whoa.
right there.
Eastern Virginia.
Eastern Virginia?
So the counties of Chesapeake, Gloucester, Isle of Wight,
Oh, I
James
see
City,
Newport News and
York,
Williamsburg, okay, I see that, okay.
Hampton, Franklin, Newport News.
I see that last one, I got you.
Mhm. And then there's one up in Fredericksburg that just got, I think they're the latest one.
They just got created?
So Stafford, Spotsylvania, I don't believe that Prince William is in that, but
Okay.
King George.
King George, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then,
And
the-
then to address, could you just refresh me?
when did you generally
Oh,
start
yes, thank
talking
you.
about, and when did you come to Hopewell?
So this idea, quite frankly, we've been thinking about it for a while because our competitor regions around the state putting these together
Yeah.
and have already. For example, Danville, that we're eating our lunch on some projects. So when we started thinking about this, we brought it to your representative at the time from a local economic development professional was Mr. Dane, and and his colleagues around. So we had all the 7 communities, we have an operational meeting, usually, now it's become every other month, but it was quarterly at the time. And we said, what do you think about this as a tool? Should VGR think about helping to create this? And so our local economic development professionals, everybody who had one, Dinwiddie, Petersburg, Surrey, Prince George, Hopewell, Colonial Heights, they all said, yeah, this is a really good idea because we've heard about this concept. We know our colleagues around the state that are using it. That was in 2020. And so we started to figure, we did not know what we didn't know. So we started, is there a model out there to follow? So then that's when we started following who was doing the latest ones. We talked to our colleagues. Long story short, we found an attorney who set up probably 6 of the last 9 regional industrial facilities authority. Started to see what the process was, what the cost was, and then we started to bring that idea back to the group, and then started to have conversations with boards and or city councils. So it's been a long process, and I would say I have one more city that I'm going to have a conversation with, but we've had multiple conversations with other counties and or cities. And so to date, 3 communities have voted to be part of this Regional Industrial Facilities Authority: Dinwiddie, Surrey, and Sussex. Petersburg is, they don't have me on their agenda for a vote, but they're working towards that. Prince George, as you know, has a new county administrator, but it was an interim situation, so they delayed that. And of course, I'm here tonight, and I have one more community to get in front of. So that gives you a little timeline of how, and it's taken a long time for good reasons.
I have 2 other questions. I guess one general question is some of the examples that were provided in the slide, there are already regional groups that do those things. So we have a regional NPO that works on transportation and other types of projects, regional infrastructure projects. We have other regional boards that do almost all the examples that's in that slide. Why would we duplicate that versus going through those existing bodies?
When this is a way, this vehicle is a way. I'm not sure those other entities, just
We'll
not
talk,
as
when we talk
familiar.
offline, I'll give you more,
But
yeah.
I'm not
If
sure.
it's not, I'll pause. Don't answer this now then. Let's talk about that question.
Yeah, I would love to
wait
talk to you
then.
more about it, yeah.
And, okay, and then the last part is, I guess, kind of piggybacking off what Councilor Pelham had asked. If Virginia Gateway Region already has economic development part, I know from your newsletter, you already have all the economic development members from each locality talk to you, engage. You said you meet quarterly, and things of that nature. Why couldn't this type of discussion still be had without having this formal authority between the partners anyways? If there was the interest to really work together,
Right.
I mean, the infrastructure is there. With you guys finding prospective projects, with all the EDA, all the economic development people already meeting, us having our attorneys to help do stuff, then I guess, again, I still don't see the purpose of doing something like this when we already have, this needs to be done, right?
You're absolutely right from this perspective.
Okay.
You can do this without, you could go around and have a project. Let's just say it's the bringing water along 460 and be part of that solution. Absolutely. You could do this. You would have to engage an attorney. Every 7 communities would get their attorneys together. You'd have to start to have meetings, design the project, design the parameters of it, and you could do that on that one project. The next project that you do, you have to start all the way back over with seeing who the willing parties are,
Yeah.
with attorney time.
Would it be the
And
same
it would
thing
take
though?
a long
Because
time to get to, you'd
get
have
there.
to.
I'm not opposed to, I'm just asking
I
the
know,
logical
what I'm trying to
question.
do is basically, it's, you can do a project like what you described. If you did it under the RIFA, you could probably save 6 months.
Yeah, we'll talk offline, because no matter what, we still have to go to our attorneys. No matter what, we still have to figure out the project looks like. We wouldn't use your attorney as ours, right? We
So
still
the
have our
cooperative-
attorney.
Yeah, so
So-
there is the nature of the vehicle to do
Yeah.
the the project with inside the RIFA is more of a cooperative agreement. And
Okay.
it's, I'm not going to say it's boilerplate because every deal is unique, but there's enough unique language that really reduces the legal time to come to an agreement around a project.
Okay.
That's one of the big advantages. Being a non-lawyer, really
Yeah.
is speed to market.
Okay, well, we'll talk more. I just want to
I'd
ask
love
those questions. I had them I wrote them down, so
good.
forgive me. I wasn't just trying to ask with initial stuff.
Sure.
But thank you for presenting this. And when I last spoke to you, the other idea that you had was really good too. So I don't know if that's a part of this or something separate about helping businesses downtown. So I'm looking forward to learning more about that.
Right, yeah, that is
Thank you.
another topic, please.
There is and my next, Counselor Randolph, and then
No,
Vice Mayor.
thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton. I did have could you speak into the mic, please?
Me?
Yes.
Yes,
It's very soft.
I'm sorry.
Mayor Bennett, can I just remind council that we're going to?
I can tell them.
You're going to do it?
Well, I don't want to do that now but moving forward, we're going to follow Rule 305.
203.
203.
Excuse me, 203. 305 is on my mind. 203, 3 minutes, up to 2 times speaking. And, we're going to move forward.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Mr. Boswell, my first question for you is, can you repeat which localities have already approved it again?
Sure. Dinwiddie,
Okay.
Sussex, Surrey.
Okay. Next question that I had is, I noticed on the existing ones that some localities are listed on there twice, like they're part of multiple. Is that something that is grandfathered in, or is that something that, we can explore as well?
You can set up as many regional industrial facilities authorities as you like.
Okay.
I'm not sure why some communities are more than one. I just don't know, but it could be that they set it up 20 years ago. Instead of dissolving it, it's still an entity to be used if necessary.
Okay.
But they found it more advantage to be part of a larger one.
Okay. I just noticed it with Danville and Pennsylvania.
Mhm.
And then those are my questions, but my comments is I think that this actually might have some legs to it, especially if it's pretty successful around the state of Virginia as a whole. I think it definitely needs more exploring, and maybe if council's interested, in maybe we do a work session, bring you back at like a future meeting, and we can discuss this in a little bit more detail and have more examples of what some example projects would be with some numbers behind us. That way it kind of gives us a better indication of like what the cost would be for a particular type of project, and kind of like walk us through like a whole series, so that way we have a better understanding of it.
Sure, be happy to. And if it would be helpful too, we can bring the attorney that's, to give his example, since he's done so many of these. We'd be more than happy to do that as well.
Okay. So with that, I'll make a motion that we hold a work session in either May or June to further discuss this issue.
Second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph.
Discussion.
Counselor Pelham.
Can you also bring information, namely that involves cities?
Are you
How-
asking for an
I
amendment?
won't- No. Whenever we discuss, we need information on how it impacts cities versus the rural areas. We know substantially they can grow and need some things like broadband more than we do or whatever, but I'd like to know the city impact, what impact it's had on different cities throughout the Commonwealth versus counties alone.
Any other discussion? Counselor Gore?
Vice Mayor Parton, can you suggest holding that until June? Because we have the budget work sessions that we're still doing,
Yeah,
and we
that's
haven't even
fine.
gotten finished with that. And just timing wise, we need to focus on the budget.
Yeah, I'm fine to just doing it in June. I think that'll also give you plenty of time, Mr. Boswell, to maybe work up like I said, examples to like walk us from, conception all the way to close out for a project.
I think the end of June. The end of June, 'cause the budget is due June 30th, and
Yeah.
where we're looking at is probably gonna take that time to do that.
Yeah, I feel where you're going, because my budget's due as well.
Any other questions? Roll call?
It wasn't accepted, was it accepted by?
You okay with that, Councilor Randolph? Wait until June? Okay.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes for the work session end of June.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
We're on to R2.
R2 is an update of our stormwater resiliency plan. I have Mr. Anderson, Mr. Edwards here this evening. You have a copy of the map in your packet a large copy of the map. They're going old school with the presentation boards.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. We're here to present on our update for the Stormwater Resilience Plan. And before I start, I learned something at Youth and Government last week. I know Mr. Altman charged us all with trying to learn something from the students. We had a rather tall fire chief, and he moved the microphone up here. So I'm going to take his lead since I'm pretty tall, and so is Mr. Edwards, and I don't have to bend over as much.
Very good.
So the map that's on your left is the map that we created and was introduced to council in September of 2021. And the map on your right, which you also have a hard copy of in your agenda packet, is the updated map. And just before I start going through the narrative, the major updates were introducing new Category 1 projects and removing Category 1 projects that were complete in the last 6 months. Mr. Edwards has a rundown of those projects that were completed, as well as some emergency ones that they don't even go on the plan. When we get an emergency, we have to jump right into it and fix whatever stormwater issues are entailed with that. And then we have to, get back into the plan. So that's, you'll also notice a green asterisk that signifies if the project is funded or if it's in the CIP. Some of those Category 3, 4s, and 5s are in out years of the CIP. They're 3-4 years out, but they're still in the CIP, and we consider those funded, or at least they're in the CIP to be funded in a later year. And then finally, and this was a comment from DCR when we did our Community Flood Preparedness Fund grant, we added the flood map information to the maps. The light blue that you see, that's the 100-year floodplain and the RPA. And then the beige that extends out about 500 feet contiguous is the RMA, or the Resource Management Area. We are in the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Act. We're a participating locality, so we added that in just to signify that. Not all of our problems in stormwater are concentrated to the floodplain. We certainly do have issues with certain structures and property in the floodplain, but a lot of our issues are outside of the floodplain, and they're really substandard infrastructure related. This resilience plan that I'm going to go through, it's in your agenda packet, and I have it here that I'm going to scroll through, so you should hopefully be able to see it on your end. This was created to supplement our map. The comments that we got from DCR when we submitted this back in November was that we really like your map, we really like all the information on it, all of the drainage areas that you calculated, and all of the information that's on the map, but tell us a little bit more about Hopewell and what are your flooding issues that you see? Because they get applications and resiliency plans from all over the state, and every locality has different issues. So a lot of this will be very familiar to you, and I don't need to go through all of it. But just starting from the top, we tied this in with our Richmond Crater Multi-Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan.
That was updated in 2017, and one of the moderate threats to the region was flooding. So we wanted to tie it back to that, and some of these projects are in that 2017, namely the highest ranking infrastructure was the Cattail Creek drainage crossing, which we just had the check presentation a few weeks ago with Congressman Mitigation and his staff. Scrolling down, you'll see a picture here. This is on the low end of Bluefield Street. So this is in our Moultrie Avenue project. This happened almost 2 years ago. You guys probably remember the August 2020 storm event. All of the risk areas in the city had severe flooding that day, and you can see how it's overtaken the road, and it's flowing through the residents' garage and their crawl space in their home. So just the main topics of this resilience plan narrative are providing the background on the city, which I'll just skim through, categorizing the key flooding risks, identifying the vulnerable populations to flooding, and then establishing the framework for mitigating flooding risk. That's the categories that we've created, and then proposing the next steps. So these next, this is the table of contents. This next sheet is the excerpt of the minutes from the regular meeting held in September. Just to give some background on that, we had the stormwater tour in September when we introduced these, and then we came back a few weeks later to council seeking endorsement of the plan so that we can move forward with some grant applications with DCR. This is just the excerpt of that. And then I think we came back in December and did a work session, a follow-up work session on some more questions that council had. So this is the background. A lot of this is very familiar, just background of the city. And again, this is, someone reading this may have never been to Hopewell, doesn't know much of the history, so we wanted to include that. It has some demographics there, some income levels, and kind of comparing it to the state average. You can see the 39,030 is the median household in Hopewell compared to 74,456 at the state level. Some more information down there, census data, and then kind of highlighting some of the events that we do, and of course the picture of the river walk. So the next topic is climate change in Hopewell. So this was another comment that we received from DCR. They wanted to us to discuss that in our narrative and explain how that ties into increased storm events and increased flooding that we're seeing around the city. One interesting thing that we looked up was it's called Flood Factor, and it's a website where you can actually go on and see the flooding percentages of specific properties within a locality. And just looking at this data here, there's 717 properties in Hopewell that have a greater than 26% chance of being severely affected by flooding over the next 30 years. And another interesting fact is that the city is likely to experience a 0.5% increase in the percentage of properties at risk in the 500 return period, which is the 0.2%, 500-year return period, 0.2 annual risk, from 7.5% to 8%. And one interesting thing on this map, you'll see here in the middle of the city, this is our Cattail Creek drainage area, and a lot of these orange and red properties, which are signifying the moderate severe risk, are right on that Cattail Creek channel, and then a few properties up here in that Moultrie Avenue. So again, not everything is tied to the floodplain. Some of it is interior parts of the city that are reasons other than normal flooding from riverbanks. So this next page goes into the type of flooding that we see in Hopewell, and mainly we get riverine flooding. We don't have coastal flooding here, and we also have shallow flooding. But probably our biggest risk, and you guys would see this when we have those severe storms in the summertime, thunderstorms, is the flash flooding. And we have this because the city's an urban area. It has a lot of paved streets, gutters. It has a network of storm sewers underground, and this all speeds the runoff, increases the velocity of it, and this can increase your potential flash flooding. This photo here is on the upstream end of the Cattail Creek drainage area, so you can see the water has breached the channel severely. It's climbing up that fence, and I'm standing at the end of, I think it's Norfolk Street, and I'm standing right just a few feet from that person's driveway in their garage. So it's major risk. And again, the Cattail Creek Drainage Crossing Project, with the partnership of the earmarks from FY22 will help address that. The next part we're going to go into is explaining the drainage areas and how our issues in the city are not ward related, they're drainage area related. So we have 5 drainage areas. We have the Appomattox River, the James River. So those are areas that spill right into our 2 rivers. Then we have the Bailey Creek, Cattail Creek, and Cabin Creek. They are both highlighted on each one of these maps, and you can see the borders of it. We also calculated the acreage of each drainage area. Finally, talking about our building resilience and addressing flood hazards. So this is our framework that we've kind of held consistent since we first introduced this stormwater resilience plan. And this framework is our categories 1 through 5. And just to recap that, I know we explained it last year, but the category 1 are the public works and stormwater project deliveries. These are mainly created by, these projects are delivered by using the stormwater fee that Stormwater Division collects. They are usually a 6-month or less time frame. They're usually started and finished within 1 fiscal year, and they're usually lower complexity and lower cost. And there's a few examples there of some projects we did last year with classified as category 1. The second one is short range. These delivery timelines are usually 1 year to 2 years. They usually cost a little bit more, and they are a little bit more complex than the category 1s. Most of these have to go outside to bid, and they're usually performed by outside contractors. And then 3, 4, and 5, as they go up, they're increasing delivery timelines. All of these projects have to be designed. We have to do a survey. We have to do subsurface investigation, and it adds many months and sometimes years to the delivery timeline. And of course, as these go up, they go up in value. A couple examples there from 2020. And then finally, our Stream Valley Channel Reaches and Outfall Stabilization Project. So 2 of our Cattail Creek, 2 separate areas, we were very fortunate to get both of those funded through 2 different federal resources there. One through Congressman McEachin's earmark, and then the other through the FEMA Pre-Disaster Mitigation Fund. And Mr. Edwards and his staff reviewed the other Stream Valley risks in the city, and they've added a couple that you'll see on this new map that are very similar issues where we have Stream Valley issues, channel reaches, and they're addressing that with, as you can see, very costly and long-range delivery. And we put this as a 6+ years, so I've been here 7.5 years, and one of my first tasks when I got here was researching the Cattail Creek Channel and trying to figure out what happened, why did not build that channel crossing larger, and we've been chasing funding ever since. And then just down here at the end, we noted we had the tour, and then we had a council presentation and vote back in September. And then these last 2 pages talk about the next steps. We wanted to tie in resources that we already have so that when people are reviewing this, they can learn more about our program and learn more about what we're already doing here. So these 2 links, and I don't think it works in the agenda packet, but the live PDF of this, you can mouse over and actually go to these 2 websites. It steers you to the stormwater management page on the city's website, as well as the stormwater utility fee page, where you can learn more about the history of the stormwater program and developing the fee and how all of that came to be. And this map here shows our MS4 area. Everything in the green is what the city's responsible for under their MS4 program. And then the orange and yellow areas are the industrial permitted facilities. So a lot of these gentlemen behind me are in those areas. And then the red are the federal lands, a few pockets of 295, and then I think this is the National Cemetery here. And then finally, the map, and just to give you a little explanation here, this is a lower resolution copy, and if you click on this link here, it'll pull up the map so you can zoom in, look at different areas of the city. And a little explanation here about we are a participating locality in the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Act, and just a little explanation on RPAs, RMAs, what that all means, and what that means for development. So that is the narrative. We have, again, we have the two maps here. I explained the major high-level changes, and we collaborate. I think my predecessor, Mr. Butler, mentioned this. We collaborated with Stormwater to develop this. So Mr. Edwards has been instrumental in helping us with this plan. His staff, John DeGroot, was actually the author of creating this plan, and we're very proud of it. It came out very nice, and I think it's a good framework to update biannually or annually with adding new projects and taking projects off and kind of figuring out how we've done in the past. So you want to go over your categories?
I'm not as tall as him. So. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I've got a list here I'm actually going to give to you all because I had to put this together today once I got all the information in. So kind of show you what we've already done as our stormwater team for these projects.
Thank you.
As Mr. Anderson has stated, is my staff, we primarily focus on the Category 1. We are able to help some, depending on funding for the Category 2s of these plans. But as you can see, I've broken down from what you see from the existing plan to the new plan. We were able to accomplish 7 of the original 11 projects that we had listed. But as you look down at the bottom, you notice that a lot of emergency plans or projects were completed that outnumber with this Category 1. And the reason why that is because a lot of these are what we didn't know. These were brought to our attention from citizens, contractors, or somebody out there that might have fell into a sinkhole, or when we've been out exploring, we found it. And that's where a lot of this is addressed. But as you can see so far, we've already completed about $122,000 worth of projects this year. We have 3 more big projects that are still in the works by our on-call contractor. And most of the stuff that we find is usually when people start noticing sinkholes in their yards or holes forming in the roads or issues start arising. Besides, flooding is not usually typically what's found. It's usually sinkholes, people fall into sinkholes. I mean, we've had a couple of issues where people have actually stepped into sinkholes. They didn't get hurt, thank goodness. But that's how a lot of this stuff is found, is through citizens. So Category 1 will change. So what we're showing on the new plan right now will probably change within the next 4 or 5 months. There might be more projects added to it or taken off of it. So that's pretty much how this Category 1 works. Category 2, Category 3, and the rest of them are, until we get the funding and get more in, they're not going to change as much as the Category 1 will. But my staff does a wonderful job on maintaining this infrastructure and finding these things and getting out here. And they've got a wonderful staff that helped put this together, and they really do a great job taking care of this. So that's pretty much what I wanted to show you, just to kind of give you an update to let you know what we are doing in our department and let y'all know what it's costing and basically what's involved and detailed into fixing the infrastructure that's failing in the city. So if y'all have any questions.
I do.
Okay, Counselor Randolph and then Counselor Pelham.
Speaking of money, this is the time that we're always talking about money.
Right.
The costs associated with some of these emergency projects, where do you get those funds from?
It's all through my stormwater fee.
Okay,
Yes, everything that's on this has been paid through my stormwater fee.
okay. So
And
you
we
keep-
have an on-call contractor that helps us a lot on these
Right.
bigger projects.
Okay, so you don't have to bid out because it's an emergency, as long as it stays under a certain dollar amount.
I don't
correct?
have to bid out because we piggyback off of an on-call contractor that the
Okay.
city has obtained.
Okay, and we look at these on-call contractors, how often for costs and stuff like
I
that?
think they do it yearly.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, okay. just wanted to make sure. And so is any of this ever covered by insurance for work that's been previously done if it's failed? Because I see that a lot of these descriptions include failed. And I don't know whether that's any fault of a previous contractor or anything, but
A
most
lot
of
of
it's
it-
not covered by insurance?
No, ma'am.
That's what I
A lot
figured.
of it is because the infrastructure's so old.
Old, yeah.
Some of these have failed because of, like some of these inlets have been ran over by heavy equipment,
Right.
like tractor trailers
Sure.
or garbage trucks, and it's crushed them. But a lot of this is from just old infrastructure that's failing.
Do you keep normally a list like this ongoing?
Yes, ma'am, I have a
So it's
list of everything.
something that we could have access to on an ongoing basis?
Yes.
Just to know for our community input, so I can
Yes,
say,
ma'am.
hey, this is what's going on, and.
Yes, ma'am, I
Okay.
have all of this.
It's important to note that these would be category ones.
Right.
It's just, we jump right on them, we get them
Right.
taken care of, because they're an emergency, they're threats to private
Right.
property, or whatever the case is, so we just don't add it to the list.
Okay,
So they would have been category ones if we had time to plan for them.
yeah,
But just because it's spur of the moment, and maybe it's a sinkhole in the roadways.
right.
Safety issue, just jump on it right away and take
Yeah.
care of it.
And I got it, but those are the ones that, I don't know about the rest of council, but I get a lot of calls on. Hey,
Yes.
there's a big hole in the middle, well, somebody will be out there tomorrow. And how long will they be there? Oh, they're gonna be there for 5 days, you know? What are they gonna do after are they gonna repave it? Well, yeah, but we gotta do this, this, and this before we
Right.
repave the whole
And-
road.
Coun-
I mean,
Councilor
those are the
Randolph?
kinds of constant questions I get.
Yeah, your 3
Time's
minutes are
out,
up. Yeah.
thank you.
Oh.
Counselor Pelham and then Counselor
You remember
Gore.
right off what part of Winston Churchill Drive, third from the bottom, where was that pipe? If you don't, you
Oh,
can,
you're talking about at the
Very-
one towards the end?
yeah.
That was actually a safety issue. There's a sidewalk right there. It's between, what is it, Twin?
Rivers?
Excuse me?
Twin Rivers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It was right there between that and Second Street, I believe it is. And the issue is there was a 4-inch pipe that was put at the low end of a gutter pan right there to drain that water that ponds. And apparently the pipe had failed and washed away the bank from underneath the sidewalk. And the sidewalk was beginning to fall down that slope, creating a safety issue for anybody that walked on it. They would have fell down that embankment. So
Okay.
what we did is when we caught it, and when I say we, I mean John DeGroot going out there doing his GIS mapping of our systems, discovered it. We had the on-call contractor go out there, rip the sidewall off, completely rebuild the whole entire slope, and add a new pipe system and sent it as a
I
pipe system all the way
remember.
to the bottom so it wouldn't wash out again.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Gore.
Thank you guys for the presentation.
Yep.
I just want to make one point of clarity for the record. My vote in that booklet is reflective of the maps and not the plan. If you recall at the meeting, and thank you, Austin, for shaking your head in fairness. When we was first presented this, we received big maps like this on easel. And if people go back and look at the tape, I said, that's not a plan, that's just a map. I want to see a document. Until we get a document, I can't support this. But what's in the document is that vote, which looks like I voted against the document. And that's not fair.
A little bit of background, that's what we had.
Right.
We weren't able to get Moultrie Avenue in the first round, so
Mhm.
the second round opportunities, we scrambled to put everything together, so that's the minute head start that we had.
Mhm.
Hopefully tonight we can replace that with a unanimous excerpt.
Thank you.
Pulled out, throw that in the trash, and introduce it. So,
I appreciate that, yeah, because I was like, whoa, I didn't vote against this document, this is what I wanted. So, like, I appreciate it. So I actually love the document. Thank you for putting in Chesapeake Bay. I'm very excited about that and the references. And I like how you have the floodplains on here, updated the map. So I just think it's continuously improving, and I appreciate you guys for giving us the whole document. So you're looking for support tonight to adopt this?
Yeah, we're just
Endorse
looking for
the document?
Endorsement of the stormwater resilience plan, and then we can decide what's the best path forward. It can come every, twice a year, once a year.
So,
quarterly.
I would say, I think in talking to Vice Mayor Parton, I know he wants to have a follow-up work session to talk about some things, but for me, the record needs to be clear about the document, right, in case you have other stuff to do. So I'd like to make a motion that we endorse the stormwater resiliency plan that's been updated, and to set a work session
Sometime in May.
sometime in the
June.
Yeah, I would say
Okay,
July.
okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
July?
fine.
So a motion to approve the updated City of Hopewell Stormwater Resiliency Plan and to set a work session at a July meeting.
Can you please make that into
Sure.
two
Make a
motions
motion
be
to approve the
proper?
City of Hopewell Stormwater Resilience Plan.
Second.
Can I, a friendly amendment to add to be updated every 6 months to 12, at least every 6 months because of the infrastructure needs of the city? Or just
So
give us an
adopt-
update every 6 months?
Yeah, we can either do it as a update to council, we can, however, whatever's best.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the
Another
stormwater
motion.
resilience.
I'll make a
plan.
motion to approve the City of Hopewell Stormwater Resiliency Plan document and to request a biannual presentation. That makes my motion, biannual presentation from the Stormwater Department for updates. Does that match what you're asking
Yes.
for? Now, what is your concerns? I want to make sure you address what she said.
If you're approving the stormwater resiliency plan, let that be a set alone, because we're approving a plan that has dollar values on it, okay? We are approving a plan. If you are requesting that council has an update biannually, that should be directed in another form.
I'll ask the
We don't want to
attorney-
merge both of these.
I'll ask the attorney, because I think the intention is for it to be a living document and not a settled plan that's once and done. So,
Point
once you
of
endorse it, say, and require a biannual readoption.
The motion is stated in that fashion, and anyone desires to then make an additional motion to divide that question, then the motion to divide the question will take precedence and have to be voted upon first.
Okay.
If the motion to divide it is approved, then it'll be two separate motions that are required. If that motion is not decided favorably, then the motion as formulated is what goes forward to be voted on.
I'm fine
So
with
I can't
making
make the
whatever,
motion, so
I'm
we'll
fine
go ahead and move
with
it
doing
down.
it. And whatever the majority wants to do, my only intention is, and seen from past experience, if you do not have it stated together, people say, I did not know they were required to come back. It has to be, that's happened before, and with the prime example, the ARB, we did the historic downtown plan. It was required to come back every 6 months to council, and then annually to have an update as a living document. And so that's my intention. But if that is not the will, then that's fine. I'm just trying to clarify why I particularly wanted it worded that way.
I'm okay with that, hearing the historical, information.
Am I correct?
Yeah, so I will just definitely
Yeah.
be okay with that, yeah.
So Council Cole, can you please repeat that motion?
I'll
for me?
defer to the city attorney if my wording is accurate, because I don't want to mix it up and have two things. Like, I understand what the mayor's saying. I get her point. So if I'm wording it where it's a little fuzzy, I'll ask the city attorney to help me. I move to approve the City of Hopewell's resiliency plan with a required, biannual adoption. Like,
But with the you're making that a condition?
yes,
With the condition
of a biannual adoption.
required biannual? I mean, what's the frequency?
What would you suggest, Mr. Austin?
I always get biannual and biennial confused. Is it biennial?
Biannual is
I was
every
saying
2
twice
years.
a year.
Biennial is
Every 6
Biennial.
months.
Biennial thing.
I was just trying to say biannually, twice a year, every 6 months.
6 months.
Okay, would that work better?
Biennial.
Okay, what did you want me to say?
Can you add, so you said this, the resiliency plan, can we say stormwater resiliency plan?
Sure.
We actually say stormwater resilience.
What do you want me to say? I'm joking. What do you want me to say, sir? What do you want me to say?
Keep it consistent. It's stormwater resilience. City of Hopewell stormwater resilience plan.
Okay, City of Hopewell Stormwater Resilience Plan.
So Councilman Goyer, is your motion then, I move approval of the
Stormwater,
Hopewell.
It's all City of Hopewell.
Stormwater resilience.
Of the stormwater resilience plan on the condition that the plan be updated every 6 months and presented to
Update.
council?
and approved.
You wanted an update to council.
Yes.
I have a point of information.
Is there a second for that?
John,
I mean,
Second.
I would want to ask for, Madam Mayor, you want the second first?
Okay, second.
Mr. Parker.
I would definitely have a point of information. Every 6 months, where are we starting with our 6 months? Are we starting in January and then, or are we reporting January and then July?
Unless you
I would like
specify
to be,
something different, it would be from the date of approval.
from the date of approval?
And
Okay,
then every 6 months thereafter.
okay, so that's already common knowledge.
That would be
Common
the
sense.
interpretation of the action, is if you approve that motion as stated.
Okay,
The next update, the first update would be 6 months from the date of adoption, then 6 months from that 6 month period. Unless you want to
October.
specify.
I just don't want any
perhaps
room for
by way of a separate
interpretation.
motion.
Do you want me to say specific months? That'd be
yes,
easier?
please,
What would you want?
please.
You have any ones in mind? I don't care.
Yes, December and July?
Okay.
The only
Let's see if I can get this right, guys. I move that the city council approve the City of Hopewell Stormwater Resilience Plan on the condition that the plan be updated and approved by city council every December and July.
Second.
I don't see any lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes,
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion
Thank you so
passes.
much.
thank you for your work.
Yeah, it's really going along very well.
Very,
I say.
All right. Vice Mayor Parton.
I'd like to make a motion that we hold our work session, our Stormwater Resilience Plan work session in the month of July.
Oh, second.
I don't see any lights. Roll call.
Forgot about that motion.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
yes.
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to R3, I'm pivoting over to Counselor Gore.
Thank you. So I asked for council to support the addition of R3 for clarity in regards to Commissioner Revenue's letter regarding property taxes. Just want to ask the city manager, because I know this is a part of the budget discussions. I think you might have knowledge based off of what I've heard from other members of council in regards to the letter. And just to clarify that council has yet to make a determination this budget cycle to raise taxes. So we have not voted to increase taxes so far in this budget cycle at all, correct? And
Correct.
can you give that this clarification for the public?
You are correct.
What about the letter? So were you aware of the letter? Do you have any, just to give clarity so people don't think it's on us?
Well, I'm not gonna be able to provide a great deal of clarity. I received the letter just like everyone else, and I heard about it today, and I opened it, so I haven't really read it.
Right.
But it, so I have to go through it and talk with the commissioner about the letter, but, I'm not sure, Mr. Whittington has indicated he may not have received it yet.
I did receive it.
I got mine Friday or Saturday and just saw it and set it aside, knowing that it wasn't a bill. But I'll talk with the commissioner. We have not set, and you have not authorized me to advertise an increase in personal property tax. The only ones that we have advertised increases for thus far have been real estate, and at the last meeting, you authorized me to advertise a 5-cent increase in the M&T tax. Other than that, we have not authorized any advertisement of an increase in personal property. And at this point in time, unless you tell me otherwise, I don't have any plans to.
Right, I think you said we were holding until this work session decision.
Well,
what we want to
so
do, right? Because that motion that Councilor Pelham made was to pull it out for
Right,
future
so
meetings.
the motion that was made that evening was to not increase the real estate tax rate, but to hold the other rates pending review. If we were going to increase personal property, we would have to conduct another public hearing to consider that. At this point in time, you did conduct a public hearing on the personal and business personal property tax rates. You have not taken action yet. So technically, you've conducted your public hearing.
Okay.
However, if you were to want to increase it, we would have to advertise that increase because we did not advertise an increase in personal property.
Yes.
So,
That's basically the clarification I was looking for.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Sorry to put you on the spot. I just
No.
want the public to know
Go
that
ahead.
we're just like them when we got the letter, and that we haven't taken any action yet. I'm not saying something won't happen. We don't know. We haven't gotten that far. So just know that to date, we haven't done anything.
Yeah, and
Counselor
no plans to at this point.
Right, and there's no plans right now.
Counselor Randolph. And then
That we know
Counselor
of. I
Pelham.
don't know.
Thank you. I also want to say that, just like our real estate taxes, the personal property taxes are not just set by the tax rate. There is a tax assessment that is usually taken by, we use Blue Book value, which is what most localities do with cars and personal property. They use, and that value, by and large, throughout the country, has risen significantly. What the governor, and I mentioned this early on to the city manager, and what council can do in discussions is talk about whether we want to use the full value. The governor passed a bill that said we do not have to do that this year to allow that. So that is something this council has not even addressed as a body, that we probably will want to do that to decide whether that is another avenue that we could actually look at. And so with that said, that's kind of why I didn't want to talk about it tonight, because we haven't even as a body talked about it. We need to, and we will have a special meeting coming up for some things, and hopefully this will be one of the things on that agenda. We pay personal property and real estate taxes just like everybody else. We are not trying to hurt anybody. I know everybody up here, I can say that none of us want to hurt anybody as a constituent. We're all very much on board with what's going on in the economy for everybody. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but that's what I'm going to say. So there are different avenues that we can look at, and hopefully will. Okay, thank you.
Did you have your light on?
Yeah, but I thought,
it was
Councilor
me.
Pelham
Counselor
had it.
Pelham,
Yeah, it
and
was
then,
me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
shared,
Vice Mayor Parton.
I can't do that, but anyway, I spoke to someone in the commissioner's office that thought that there was a meeting, so I don't know what meeting that was, that talked about this issue. But as soon as you meet with her, I guess you'll get back with us.
Well, a question, just how many of you have received the letter?
I finally got it this weekend.
All
I
right.
got mine a couple
I got mine
weeks.
last week.
I
I
did too.
got mine too. Like
Because
2
I was
weeks
gonna say,
ago.
I can email it to you, scan and email it.
Oh,
to
no,
you, but-
that's why I wanted this addressed tonight, so people will know what we did
Well,
and
it was
didn't do.
it was difficult, I think, for most of us, because we didn't know it was coming, and then we get something, and it was very hard to address, so it would be nice if the
It's very
commissioner would
confusing.
tell us.
Well, that's all I wanted, to clear the record. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to, is that, Vice Mayor Parton, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
I always jump over.
Yeah, continuing with what we talked about last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago, on the tax rates and having to advertise them so that way we can finalize everything. I think we need to go ahead and advertise and have our second public hearing so that way we can close that book and then actually vote on a tax rate in 2 weeks for machinery and tools. So I move that we do a public advertisement.
Gotta do a public hearing.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I was gonna say, at the last meeting, y'all directed me to advertise.
Right.
For the May 10th meeting.
Right.
Okay, I thought you just said that you didn't.
No.
Okay,
No, no,
I'm
no,
sorry, I
no.
misheard you.
We
That's
did-
why.
We did not,
'cause-
we did not
yeah.
do personal property.
Right.
Okay,
But
I'm
you
sorry.
directed me to advertise for M&T for
Okay.
the 10th, and that
Okay.
that'll be in the paper.
Okay.
Are you trying to close it out for a personal property?
I have Counselor
No,
Gore
first
and
we can
then
do that
Counselor
back in the
Pelham.
public hearing.
I'm not sure if I'm in bounds, so Ms. Hudson, correct me
I
if
can
I
hear
step
you.
out, because I'm not trying to. but
You speak in the
kinda-
mic.
I will.
Okay.
Kind of veered just now a little bit. We talk about the personal property and we talk about advertising or whatever, right? So I did want to say on the record that we all know I'm calling a special meeting on May 5th to talk about our revenue. and some of the other things that came out of the last budget work session. And due to some of the comments heard tonight, I want to amend my meeting notice, which I think I have time to do, to add the rebates that was mentioned today for our industry. I'll clarify with you, just say industry rebates. And the reason why is because if we're looking, I just want to give you guys clear right now. The reason why I'm asking for that to be added to the special meeting is because the whole purpose of my goal was to try to figure out where the revenue was, where we at with collections, where we at with the other stuff we talked about with raises and stuff like that, right? I feel like we need to have a solid picture of what money we have available. And if we have money that's due to others, you cannot count that as available money. So theoretically speaking, you shouldn't, right? It's yours, but it's not yours. So with that understanding, that needs to be added to this discussion so we have a comprehensive picture of where we are financially.
Are you talking about the tax credits?
Yeah.
They'll get it once we do our old CAFRs. That money is in
It's
this
entitled to
escrow,
them.
wherever it is. They don't get the rebate until the CAFR's
CAFR's
actually
done.
finished.
But the point I'm
Right.
trying to make is if, let's say you have $6 million in the bank account, but if you already owe somebody $4 million, you don't really have $6 million, you have $2 million. And so we need to know what that number
reality.
is now.
That is a reality.
Right, so let's not count money that's not ours.
Yeah, Mr. Terry would know, right, Mr. City Manager?
So what's
it called?
You would like to take action on?
No, I'm just telling her I'm amending my meeting to include that topic, and making sure he knows so he has
That's,
to get the information.
Another item.
Yeah.
Maybe forget.
Counselor Pelham?
So in that meeting, we will get information about what the M&T would be for 5 cents.
Not in my meeting.
No. The meeting, our next city council meeting is the one where we actually will hold the public hearing and vote on it.
So, Mr. City Attorney, I would like to know how much income that will bring if we increased it by 5 cents or 10 cents.
About
I'm not, I might be changing my mind about the increase.
Okay, so we can provide you a graduated scale.
Yes.
1 penny equals this and on. What you authorized to advertise was 5 cents. If
Okay.
you want 10, I've got to pull the
Oh,
ad.
never mind, don't
Okay.
do that. That's fine, 5
So-
cents is good.
Okay, yeah, we can do 1 penny equals 2
No,
penny
no,
equals.
the 1
No,
penny.
but that'll give you an idea.
5
what
cents
that
don't
5
yield but too many pennies.
That for personal property too.
What?
5 cents yields a limited number of pennies.
Correct.
It's
Absolutely.
scratched to what we need.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I wouldn't go by no 1 cent to 5 cents.
I have a point of information. The point of information is, if we do advertise this M&T and also the property tax, we're advertising, let's say, an increase of 5 cents. If we have a public hearing, is the opportunity there to say, we're gonna lower it to 25 cents or even $1?
You can always go down, you can't go up.
I just want to be sure. All right, thank you. Counselor Gore?
So, yeah, so I voted just to go ahead and do all the advertising we need to do. I already made my comments on M&T clear, but I am open only to see what all the revenue is to make an educated decision.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling that we are really need to look at our finances. So, with that being said, in regards to personal property, although we have not taken action to do anything, I think we still need to have that same estimate for personal property. Because if anything, there needs to be a mixture of everything considered. And the reason why I say that is because, it was already said the last meeting, assessments is gonna go up. So that's homeowners already gonna have to bear something. That's not fair to them to have to bear more, which is why I voted against a real estate tax increase. But then personal property, mills, lodging, all that stuff is everyone contributing. M&T is the industry. So I feel like if they're first of all, I'm strongly believe there needs to be a taxing, not increase, there's a hole that's bigger than what we truly are really understanding in terms of looking at the next year and the year after that, like a whole comprehensive picture. So I think that we need to start looking at revenue and other cuts and costs and stuff. So, but my point I'm saying is there's going to need, in my opinion, a collaborative effort to fill that gap that we know is coming. And it shouldn't just be real estate, it shouldn't just be M&T, it should be personal property, real estate, meals, lodging, sales. So I think we should get everything that we have not voted down, the same scale that they're asking for M&T should be given for the other ones. So that we can figure out what we're gonna get, or look at. Mr. Army, you understand what I'm saying? I see you nodding your head, I think you're okay.
So you're wanting the assessment rate as well?
The what?
The assessment percentage.
We're not voting on that this year.
No, we do not, but that will definitely impact the personal property.
No, but that's not what I asked for. I asked for what we have the ability to control, which is the tax rates this year that we purposely voted to hold off. That's what I'm asking about.
Okay.
No, I mean, my point of saying that, is because during the last work session, I'm not gonna open up that bag because that's what the work session I called is for. If you're looking at a $2 million hole this year, and the thought was we'll hold off on the step increase because it will double. $2 million this year, come July, you're probably gonna have to do the step increase, which means it's $4 million. And if the people are saying, well, we'll just do it with assessments next year, you can't have assessments and then tax people the same year. That's ridiculous.
No.
But that's what's gonna happen if something isn't done this year. And that's the point I'm trying to make. And so, you just can't, in my opinion, just say, oh, next year we'll pay with assessments. Like that's, when you look at what we're doing now and how it's gonna impact down the road. So that's why I wanna look at what is our revenue, what truly is our bills, and what is the income that we get, what's been collected, and what's due out.
Any other comments, questions, concerns?
We're gonna have a meeting before can we make announcements,
That was R3.
Madam Mayor?
Announcement?
We've got another thing on the agenda.
We have the agenda still. We have,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
moving on to CR1.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have the re-implement Unicode meeting software. It's funny that this is on here tonight, Mr. Austin Anderson, because you mentioned the hyperlink.
Anderson.
What'd you say?
Mr. Anderson.
I said Austin Anderson.
Oh, I thought you said Mr. Austin.
Then I said Anderson behind it. And when you made your comment about the hyperlinks, the new software will do that. It hyperlinks. And so we had this software already for some years now. And the goal when it was requested was to be able to modernize our technology. So we do not have to scroll. Can you demonstrate the scrolling throughout the packet for the public? We will be able to go to the top of the agenda where it's the agenda itself. And Ms. Best will be able to click on the agenda item and it goes to that section of the agenda packet. Additionally, if you're online, you click the video, there's a video icon beside it, and you'll be able to watch that portion of the meeting without having to fast forward, go back, all this other stuff. Additionally, it cuts down on the amount of time the clerk's office has to prepare the agenda, which works smarter, not harder. The amount of time it takes to develop the agenda packet with this current process is, to be frank, ridiculous in comparison to what could be done and with the ease it could be done with. And then also the transparency that it can be done to help mitigate grievances about the packet that happens sometimes with people, that may not be justified, right? So as long as we can see what's happening, it helps. But most importantly, it helps the clerk to be able to generate minutes and faster and in real time, in fact. So all the benefits to this software by far exceed what the current process is. And you can save paper if people, care about the environment. We can cut down on that. And so council supported the request 2 years ago to get the software. We received the software. Staff was trained on the software, but it paused with council getting trained. But then staff did try to do it with the former clerk, but then it kind of just died. And then when Ms. Best was brought on board, she wasn't trained on the new software, so now she's been trained on the antiquated way, and we just need to shift to go back to modernizing our procedures or whatever, to be able to work more effectively. So I put this on here because if council agrees, especially since we're paying for this software, and we've been using it to do portions of the packet in terms of posting online, to just do like a show of support and also say like, give it, I would say, not this meeting, but the next meeting, give it 2 meetings, and then we start to do an implementation. But I'll defer to Ms. Best on what you think would be best, and if you want to try the software as well. And I did not ask her to do this for full record.
Right. So, I've requested the training on it. And I know that, IT has a full plate, and that's been part of the delay in not using the new software. It's just not having the training for it. So, if council can reach out to IT and ask them to expedite my training, that would be great. We can move forward with the new software. I think it would be easier. I think it would be more efficient. Counselors could get in and look and see what's come in and what's not. So I am fully agreeable to making that happen as soon as I can get that training.
Well, I can just say for the record, I know that IT was a part of the implementation the first time, and they've been gung-ho with this and advocating for it. So we'll make sure that gets set up. I think the bigger picture is making sure it is a city-wide effort, because there's no need to train you
Right.
if staff is not going to follow this.
And that was part of what IT was trying to do, was to get the training set up, not just for me,
You're right.
but for others also.
So I think that's the direction of council, what they want to direct, because the meetings are for us to conduct business. We bought the software, we pay for it. So if we set a directive to say maybe to start a soft launch of the new system, is this April, May, in June, would be helpful, or if you want to start it in July to make sure we get past the budget sessions, which would be easier for you.
Okay.
I would recommend that we just do a motion to say we support re-implementation to start in July. Oh, I'll make the motion. I make a motion that we move to re-implement meeting code meeting software, the usage of meeting code meeting software, effective the first meeting in July. And to direct the IT department to work with the city clerk and the city manager to organize trainings of staff.
I'll second it for discussion.
All right, so I have the motion's been made, properly seconded. I have Counselor Randolph, and then I have Counselor Pelham.
I'm an advocate for this. I told you all the last time this came up that I talked to our previous clerk. She did indicate that she thought this was a good software. However, I would ask instead of tell, at least right now, for the city manager to have the director of IT let all of council know whether July 1st would be within her time frame. I don't know what else she has on her plate, so maybe we could ask Dr. Manker.
I did. She's fine with it.
She is? Okay.
That's why I
Then I'm
worded it
okay
that
with
way.
that then. As long as, I just wanted her input to make sure she was okay with it. Okay.
Counselor
Marcy.
Pelham?
Are you saying you want it started in July, so that means the training has to be before July, or training in July?
Right.
And I would
No, just
ask,
training before July.
Launch.
I know, so my thing is, training during July, and we haven't finished with the budget, impact that?
Well, staff, are you asking me?
I guess I need to ask Mr. Altman.
Oh, okay.
If that impacts staff to go to training with the budget in limbo?
It won't affect the majority of staff, no. So
Not the
we
majority.
can work with the July,
As a
first
target
meeting
date.
in July relaunch. we can work with that.
Okay, and if she has issues, you can bring it back to us. Okay, thank you.
You want your light on? All right. Any other questions, comments? Roll call? Roll call.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yes.
Counselor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes,
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Counselor Pelham, you wanted to have comments?
yes, I would like to let everyone know that, National Day of Prayer will be always be the first Thursday of May, which is May the 5th of next week, and it begins at 1:00 p.m. So if you could put that on your social media contacts or wherever, and we'll be in the plaza, correct? You know?
I believe that's where it's scheduled, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, in the
We'll let
plaza.
everybody know.
So as many people you can contact. If one thing, we can't agree with everything, we should be able to agree with prayer. So hope to see you there.
And a reminder to all members of council, you have your joint meeting with the Housing Authority tomorrow night, 6:30, Social Services Office.
I'm glad you told me. Social services,
Dinner will be provided.
Yes.
Really?
Oh, what, our meeting?
Yeah, joint meeting with HRHA
When is that again?
And planning.
tomorrow night,
Oh, thank goodness for a reminder. I forgot all about that.
tomorrow night, 6:30, in the Department of Social Services meeting room.
thank you.
And you have to be there, I think they said 5:45 for dinner.
5:45.
Yeah, I'll miss that, but it's
Yeah.
fine.
We'll save you a plate.
No,
Are there
don't need
any
anything.
other
We'll send you a
announcements
cold
that you
plate.
have in your
No,
little
thanks.
bulletin that you may want to shoot out to the public and watch it via this area? It'd be a good time. All right.
Mayor Bennett, may I say something?
And I would
Yes,
like to
ma'am.
say, I'd like to thank the industry for coming out and joining us again to our meeting. Please feel free and continue, look forward to working with you guys and continue to support the city activities. And look forward to one day saying guys and girls. I don't know which one of y'all gotta go, but
Well,
I'm
just to
joking.
clarify for the record, Mr. Gervin's CEO is a female.
it's, okay,
Yes.
good, we're moving on up, moving on up.
Is a
All right.
female,
Awesome,
the CEO.
Oh, really?
awesome.
I'd just like to remind everybody that tomorrow is Denim Day. It's put on by the James House, and it's for abused women. So everybody wear denim tomorrow. Take a picture of yourself, send it to us. We'll send it to the James House, where anybody who wants to contribute to the James House can see me.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done tomorrow for our meeting.
I got mine on early.
Yep, thank you.
My work frowns on done.
There's a motion to adjourn.
Yes,
So
we do it.
moved.
Second.
That's the best part.
Roll call.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Gore,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes,
Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Meeting is adjourned.
all right, good meeting.
Here we go. 4 meetings in a row.
Even earlier,
Huh?
Madam Mayor, we got out earlier with you.
Yeah, I
here.
say, I think, yeah. I think mine was, yeah, I think the earliest I did was 9:45. So you
Yeah,
got me
so
beat by
you
15
beat
minutes.
him, you beat him.
Okay.